That was look at her pattern, but it comes out very rarely as opposed to look away from her. And it's followed up by a one shot that goes up the column line, but she got staggered right before she could do the one shot part of it. I like how they wrote Berserker in English to make sure that I could understand. They just know.
Why did they type Berserker in English?
I wonder.
What is the meaning of that? Do they know who you are?
Foreigner detected. That's just the first clash, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh. Never punished. Ah, fuck. That was 112 Nova. It's good. I pretty much switched over to it entirely. It's pretty much going to be the build that I'm running moving forward. You need to update your video then. I updated the title and the pinned comment. I'm not making an entire extra video just for that.
Your grab?
That scared me. They killed it, so I didn't have to finish it. That's scary when they finish it when you're in the middle of it.
Yeah, because it fails.
It fails and it makes it look like you fucked up.
Oh.
Ow. No! Left, right, left, left, left. Left, right, left, left, left. 12. How does that make it work? There's a starting position mirror that glows red, and then there are directions in the center mirror, and then you find the correct mirror, and then it's ball under the cup. Out. Oh! Okay, good. Those snakes are hit count based. I'm not gonna bloody rush there. That's a death sentence if I do. I'm
Happy 2 years with you, cutie peepo shy.
3-11-5. Nine, 3, 1. Nice. Yay! You found a sick party.
Good.
I need to convince them that I'm Korean. Boom! So sneaky. I've infiltrated. What did you type? Good work. But I didn't put the squiggly. I put good work without a squiggly. You have one more?
Oh, you don't?
I do. I thought you.
Yeah, let's go.
I thought you didn't have one more.
No.
Oh,
One
insane!
last one.
It's also my last one. Insane.
Good.
Wait, how many of these are you doing a week?
6.
Oh my god.
Why should we be pleasing any politician reasons who would try to cheat the seasons if they could? The state of the condition insults my intuition and it only makes me crazy and hard like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you.
Chat, what is it? Doing bracelets o'clock in NA? How come you're all cutting your bracelets right now? Because we talked about it earlier? What the fuck? Got a raid captain 10 master brawler 6 stone on that breaker yesterday. Should I build 5x3 plus 2 with it? Yes. With adrenaline 3. Build around it. Chat. I am at the precipice. My 7th echidna of the week. Okay. I'm on my Aromancer. My recommendation, build 5x3 plus 2. Raid captain is your 2. Go giga cheapo on the necklace. Like, I'm talking like low blue quality necklace with low crit. And as high swiftness as you can get on that necklace. With the ideal engravings to make it work. The reason is if he's doing 5x3 plus 2, if you're doing adrenaline 3, no matter what you're doing, if you're doing adrenaline 3, you're going to overcap if you go max quality accessories. So you could do that, okay? You could do that, or you could go high quality necklace and then go low crit bracelets, and you won't lose anything doing that. You could also do that if you want to do cheap bracelet cutting. That's also an option. EP1 versus SA1 and King Fist. Okay, I don't even play King Fist, but I think you should go EP1. I don't think you should ever go SA1. Where's the pinned comment on Noah build? It should be the pinned comment on the video from me. A bunch of like hyphens and stuff like that. I suppose... I assume strength doesn't make for the 2% less, right? Oh, they're so similar. No, in this case, I would take the strength.
The party I'm in 1-2. Oh yeah.
Wait. Watch. Behold. Boom. I'm friendly. Look at that. Ah, they did a. It's fucking Wine. Wine's the one that's Makoko bowing. It's not even them. They're just ignoring me.
Good, they'll never know.
Why? And they ignored me. They didn't say hello back. You're the only one who responded to it.
That means you're Korean.
Oh, okay.
You're one of us.
Nice. For all Predator Slayer, what's this acceptable? I'm out of date on Slayer at this point. Has anyone tested if you get increased damage on a shirt if you go over 100% crit? No. Every crit over 100% has no impact on your damage. For Breaker, is 3% battle better than 6% assail? Yes, it is. Nova is the cooldown reduction one? Correct. Chat, are any of you guys playing Shura and playing my new build, the 112 Nova one? And if so, are you resource starved? Or are you kind of managing, albeit barely? I did a workshop on resource management on it earlier in Trixian at the beginning of today's VOD, but I don't know how many people actually managed to catch that. Prioritize explosive. Explosive does pretty good damage overall and doesn't stall the cycle. The only time where you would do it the other way around is if the boss turned around and you were moving to the boss, you just throw Haymaker. as you're moving to the front of the boss instead of explosive. Isn't a haymaker supposed to be a really heavy punch? In real life? Okay, the Lost Ark haymaker is a little wussy soy punch. Questionable translation, to be honest. From Flashlight, the Storm is fine. Honestly, for a lot of the skill names, I'd say their translations are pretty solid. Because it was really difficult to translate some of those skill names, I'm sure. Especially Explosive Fist and okay, Zafra Nova is a bit of a weird one. Zafra is just another word for the color blue. Like it's a certain hue of blue. It's just blue Nova. But they went like real fancy with it. As I'm testing and checking and Nova with 112 consistently does less than 5% of total damage with both gems, even if I prioritize it. You're not supposed to use damage gem on it. You were here at the beginning of the labbing at the end of last stream, but not at the labbing at the beginning of today's stream where I dropped it after doing mathematics. Nerd? Fuck you! I thought you failed math. I honestly did. It is a little sad, but I didn't fail it. I just did really bad in calc in college. Really poorly. In my defense, who the fuck is using calc in real life outside of people who specialize in those professions? It's like a mandatory course, but I specialize into biology later on. If you don't run damage gem on Nova, where do you put it on set? You put it on Falling Star, and that will sync up Falling Star so that it comes off cooldown before Flash of Light, solving your shock issues to a degree. Your cycle won't go any faster, but you shouldn't run into the shock issue as much, which is like kind of one of the big problems of Zafra Nova. Where'd he go? Maka. Ow. Ow. Shah. Oh, no crit.
We took 2 pots.
Yeah, I already ate one. Never mind, I ate 2. Mr. Mathman, I have 3 level 10 damage gems behind Z, and I have Storm. What's the 3rd highest damage to put the gem on? Explosive Fist. And then Falling Star. And then Zafra Nova. Is an uppercut higher than falling star? No. I asked you guys
I
in
don't
chat.
feel well protected.
It's not supposed to be. If your uppercut is higher than your falling star, then you're fucking up. Wait, who's going over?
I think they're going over. No, it's...
Goddamn ads. No. No.
Honey.
Oh.
That's kind of cool.
Oh shit, special pattern. White safe spot. Wait, that's a problem. That's our supporter.
Yeah. Horizontal. Outside. So here is safe. Oh, I used all my pots.
That looks like that kind of hurts.
Yeah. I can't do it. Oh.
Goodbye, wine. I'm gonna watch this moment as he drags your cow and tenderizes you live.
Hello.
What is that, 5?
5 red. Black 11. Red, 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 red. We even do this? Oh, that guy's not having a good time. At least we got the shield done.
I was wondering how that we succeeded that, and then I realized that we have a breaker, or my backup was a breaker. If there's any class I could do that, it would be him. Oh. 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 But he's dead now. I am all that remains in these pressing times. Saddies. Who is the party leader?
Give it to number 1. I'm gonna take shiny pots.
See, chat? I threw an emote out there. That's how they know I'm friendly. And it wasn't a mean emote either. We just wiped and I threw out a friendly for fun emote. That means I'm not toxic. I'm looking for clear only, but with good vibes. Oh shit. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Ow. Got his ass. $720 max quality for everyone or just me? That could happen if you're currently using a VPN and are from Korea through said VPN, where you're only allowed to watch streams at a max of 720p. Ow. Sausage. You have CD on Nova and put it on Crater? I think you got it backwards. Oh. Could just be a web browser thing. Thank you, Os. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on with Twitch, but a bunch of people have actually been having that issue lately where either the streams have been like buffering for them or highest quality isn't available. I blame Twitch when in doubt. Oh wait, I forgot. Yoink.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh yeah. Fuck. I went too far. Oh. Did I lose my awakening? Nope. I got it. Just arrow doing arrow things. Fuck. Yeah, this paladin lives is very, very El Cheapo. He's got like 2 HP and he's waiting for his blessed aura to heal himself. I respect the hustle. Fuck. Oh. That's a lot of shit.
Verticado. Verticado inside.
What the? Oh, fuck.
Horizontal. Oh shit.
Once again, I have been assigned Esther usage. I am shocked and appalled at this team decision making to hand over that kind of role to me. Red at 11, black at 12.
Red 11, black. Black 5? Black 12?
Black 12. Wait. Yeah, 12.
Black 12. I wrote it wrong.
It's done.
Black.
It's already broken.
Okay.
Just use the wrong one. They'll probably avoid you next time. Now, I have a spotless record to uphold where I've never been inven for bad play before. I've only been inven once ever, and that was for watching Vicus's cutscene of her undressing. Oh wait, I still have the sidereal. Monka Omega. Well, it is what it is. See, chat? Even I can use the sidereal. That means you too are capable of doing this role. Sign up to be your next raid team leader today. Yes? The summoner did more damage than the breaker. It's because they were on the side with the lady. Whoever's on that side is pretty much guaranteed MVP. If you're on the side with fucking Simp Lord Extreme, it's over. Give up your dreams of MVP immediately. His simping is just too strong. But the real issue is he likes to become untargetable a lot. And there's a really long segment where you can't DPS him. Meanwhile, the lady is a Trixian dummy. Yeah, you can choose who goes to which side. I'm actually kind of surprised that they sent the Share Breaker not to the lady. But is what it is. You know how much damage percent increase did summoners get with the balance patch? I believe their ceiling actually went down. It's just their floor went up a lot. The average performance is just much higher. But I don't know. I don't play summoners, so I'm not really researched on it.
You take Dark Ball. You're in charge of all the Clash Dark Balls.
Got it. Did MS ceiling also go down? So I've heard, yeah. Oh shit. This reminds me of better times in life. Hi, Emma. Nice. Ain't no way. Oh. Oh, I wanted to piercing wind there. That's actually one of the rare situations where a piercing wind range would have been kind of nice instead of the 360 one that I normally use. Got a breaker's weapon from 80 to 100 quality. This is literally a repeat of Soul Eater all over again, where everyone's just tapping giga qualities left and right. But it's, once again, it's confirmation bias, where we're only seeing the lucky people and not average Joe go out here with a 74 quality item or weapon. Do you run damage on your Whirlpool or Sun Shower? I think both. I have it on. Both.
Oh shit.
Holy fuck, my multi-hit is so sick. Do you guys like that ult I did to save my teammate? Tell me that was not the most ethical maneuver you've seen, at least in the past 10 minutes. Ooh.
I think you have to go down or up.
Or right in space. Ma'am? Damn, she moving on the catwalk. On the catwalk. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Sev. Don't rub it in. This is true. What's up, Diego? What's this boss? I'm super outdated. Echidna. The hot succubus. Suk. Oh.
Oh, Animal Crossing. Oh.
We just follow this down and to the right.
One guy.
One guy. Oh, it's a breaker. Ain't nobody cool here.
Turn this tile. There's no. Oh fuck.
You willed it into existence. Oh. Holy.
Oh, I have 3 stacks. What does that mean? I'm not sure what that means.
But I changed the build of Asura.
Oh, I'm okay.
I am using another skill and another tripod on that skill called Zafranova. Don't look at her chest. Oh. Uh-oh. I haven't seen that in a while.
You got that much stagger?
Does this not fuck our sidereal cage? I'm pretty sure we're fucked
Um.
a little bit. Or we have to do it without Thar. At least the first one. Can Thar take any of the clashes? Oh dear. That happened. We did too much stagger and we didn't get the special mech which fills the sidereal bar because we pushed her to the next phase before it occurred. So now we don't have Thar to tank the snake for us, which is really problematic because now we have to
7 o'clock.
readjust.
Yeah, I can do any clash.
Well, at least I learned something.
Yeah.
Which really is better for SE. I'm being used and abused as a human calculator. Hell, they haven't fed me in days. They just keep asking me, what's the better bracelet? They won't feed me. They won't let me see sunlight. Not that I want to see those things anyways. Not even a good calculator. I'm like a used Texas Instrument calculator. I didn't mean to put that there. It was an accident. Who told you you can play it? These are unlivable working conditions. I demand reparations. Oh yeah. Simp. Never mind. I swear to God, with the amount of Celsius strength, those motherfuckers ought to sponsor me. Yeah, connections to trucks of it. Yeah. You got cans of Celsius falling out the back of trucks. Mighty sus. Ooh. What? Seven, 5. Wicked. Yeah. Hmm. Does the raid have a rare drop? Wings. Again? Yes. But this time, different wings. What did the wings look like? Very batty. Fuck. Not actually. The auction one sellable? No, it's bound on acquisition. That's how I got my wings. I got mine from the auction. You ever think to yourself, if you ever get hit one of these when a Fernie is out, he's just gonna throw a hot coal at your face?
Yeah. Hot, steamy coal.
Does that have attack speed? Huh? I didn't even play Brawl King. Oh, Brawl King's Advance? Oh, you could do speed or mobility on it. That's a flavor choice. For me, I use speed. A lot of people prefer mobility. I prefer speed. Because with mobility, it has a tendency to overshoot the distance. An unnecessarily large amount of distance it covers. Oh shit. When I use a 360 tripod, it's slightly faster and easier to cancel when I do that. And I don't really need range. Doesn't matter which one you pick. They both give the same amount of damage. How's the 112 Nova testing? Good. I finalized the build, and now my army of Shuras, which is you guys, are actively testing it in raids. You guys are like the peons from Warcraft 3. Except instead of work, yeah, you punch. Shit. Is your new build better than the last? I would hope so. If it weren't, there'd be no point in the new build. Did some West dude come with it? No. Why did I test now? Because I found a Korean breaker who was using an interesting tripod. And so I made my own build using it. But he does quite a few things different than I do.
Powerful.
That's kind of a waste.
What?
Can't push it to 0, I guess. Oh fuck, I canceled too soon. I just realized that I'm not actually party number 1, I just have the star over my head. People sad. 11, 5, 9. 11, 5. That's kind of close. I made a mistake thinking I was party member 1. That's why I got grabbed in the first one. Then I was like, wait a second. There's a cow that got grabbed.
Oh.
The cow. He almost 21% versus 20% on RD. That's closer than I thought it would be. Asbreaker versus Thaymine, isn't head attack bad versus him? It's just scary. At the moment, I think a lot of the contents that you are trying out on Shura are pretty non-threatening contents. As in, they're just not that dangerous. And you could easily soak them. Thaymine is a good test of testing how fearless people are. To stand in shit that looks really, really dangerous. Also, I think Shura is pretty crap in Gate 4. It can do well, it can MVP of course, but there's so few damage windows that are more than 4 seconds. You very frequently lose the last few punches in your
Echidna's done for the week.
Shura finisher.
One thing on.
Same.
Let me get some water first.
King Fist, on the other hand, King Fist goes hard as fuck in Gate 4. There's a 118 spec 3-liner. Maybe it's worth a little bit. If you're a whale, you can have both builds and switch on certain gates. A King Fist whale won't bother even building a Shura. Like King Fist works really well in everything. Make an alt KF? No. Personally, I would rather struggle and do worse than play KF. I think just for me, playing KF would be giving up. Because I already have Shura, it'd be like admitting that I can't learn front attack on a fight. Which is why I didn't pull the trigger on making KF for G4. You had 60 on your breaker, nice. We're playing Pistoliers, giving up an enhanced weapon. Well, because I really like Shura is the thing. Like a lot. I don't really like King Fist. If I took the easy way out over something that I actually liked, that'd be pretty much admitting that I can't get good. It'd be another story if I liked King Fist, but I don't really like it. You know, playing something begrudgingly because it's easier, but not necessarily, or because it does more damage, and not necessarily because you actually enjoy playing it, is kind of, you know, yielding to the fact, I guess. Yeah, I heard about that one, Tap. You making an updated lore video? I think so at some point, because Lustboy is staying on as editor. What is the weapon skin? It's the Unity and Providence weapon skin for Striker. $112 crit, hammer 8, assail 6, or base hit with 1 and 2 crit, swift 93, smite battle 3. What the fuck is smite? What is smite? That's a MOBA. The first one is better. Crit, hammer, assail. I feel like the damage is kind of part of the fun. Yeah, but both do good damage is the thing. That's just with Shura, you really need to get good at learning positionals. Some people have a lot of fun when a build does a lot of damage or is OP, and that's fine. But both of the breaker builds are extremely strong. That's just one I think is fun, and the other one I think is not interesting. That's just my prerogative. Stronger than Soul Eater. I think King Fist is on par with Soul Eater. I don't think it's that much stronger. Maybe a touch stronger, but if it is, it's barely stronger. But its rotation is more condensed. It's a 2-skill rotation instead of... Oh, not 2-skill rotation, but its main burst is in two abilities. Which Soul Eater build is the meta? Over here, it's full moon. I don't know what the spread is like in the West. But in Korea, it's 2-1 full moon to Night's Edge. Making any pawns today? I don't know. Full moon seems really popular in the West as well. You should have changed your Ashura build. I'm not on my Ashura right now. I am gearing up to knock out one more Thame line run on Striker, and then after that, I have a single raid left, which is Berserker Boldus. And then I'll have finished all my raids in time for Dragon's Dogma later tonight. Yeah, I logged out in my raid build, so you could reference the armory there. Are you lobby hunting right now? What happened to one blue? Oh. One? Uh,
You're on striker?
yeah.
Okay.
Level 10 CD gem important for Shura? Not really, no. A nice to have. By using the Sanctuary on the road, Nova and Skullbreaker doesn't enhance damage because it lowers cooldown. The skill doesn't really do that much damage anyways, but it's one of the few skills that's actually capable of getting to a really low cooldown in the shock tree. And Shura's standard build main problem is that it's shock bottlenecked, so this solves the shock bottleneck while having more damage than obliteration. The downside to the build, though, is that it's shock starved, as in the resource, and so you have to be kind of careful how you cycle your skills, or else you end up with not enough shock to cast Eye of the Storm, which is a very bad predicament to be in. But earlier in this VOD, I showcased how you can avoid that. If you're playing that build. Chat, I need 3 DPSs for Thaymine. Join up. Bonus points if one of you is an Arcana and 2 of you are the same class. So we could have mirror comps. Sick. Chat, I'm just gonna use their lingo. I think I'm gonna walk on and be like, "What's up, guys? Who's ready to up their Mythic IO score? Hey, dudes, does anyone have the latest add-on update for their weak auras? Can someone pass me over a weak
Let's
aura?"
Abort mission.
Hey, dudes, can a mage make a table for me?
They made the wrong room.
Sorry, bros. Before we drop, can I get a soul stone? Hey man, before you loot that ability, do you mind if I roll need? I'm a hunter. Well, if I speak like this, they will be none the wiser. I can pass myself off as a World of Warcraft content creator. 안녕하세요. I use obliteration. Do I use a CD gem on Crater Strike? Truthfully, you'd probably get more mileage out of using a cooldown gem on obliteration at that point. Quite literally just because of the shock bottleneck. But you could. In the grand scheme of things, that last gem probably won't matter for a whole lot. I stopped playing World of Warcraft before AQ40. I stopped right before the Outlands expansion. And I still remember why. I remember why because Storm Reaver, which at the time was the most congested PvP server, had the first server transfers available, and then my entire guild left, and then I just didn't feel like playing the game anymore because I didn't want to follow them to a PvE server called Korgoth. And then at the time I was like in middle school, so I lost interest. That's very specific. Yeah, I know. Any idea what would be the next class release? A lot of people are coping on the idea of pirate, and I feel like this most likely originated from me again because I talked about the fucking class leaks because pirate's been in the game file since 2017 as a class. When I was talking about the class concepts that were never added but are in the game files. So I was talking about classes like pirate, landstalker, musician. What else was there? Air sword master, Those are all class concepts that have existed in Lost Ark's class files since 2017, but were never implemented. And from a frame of reference, a lot of classes that were released recently have been in the game files for like a really long time. Like Soul Eater has been in the game files since 2017, but was only added recently. Yeah, Alchemist is another class that's been in the game files since 2017. Isn't Bard basically musician? No. Apparently at some point or another, Bard and musician were two separate things, and Bard was originally called Sage internally. And I think calling a bard a musician is a bit of a stretch because she can't play that harp worth shit. Thanks for the $1. Oh, fuck. I didn't pay attention to the HP of the boss, and I was waiting for one more motion to LTS, but she phased, and now I'm sad. Why does Striker's ult feel so weak? Because it is so weak. Which is a little sad because I actually like Striker's animation and sound design a lot. I kind of wish it did more damage to represent how good its animation and sound is. One more. Oh, okay. I was somewhat hoping for that counter. Oops.
Cheers.
1, 2, 3. Did that LTS crit chat? I wasn't paying attention because I had to move to do the mechanic. I wanted to greet in an LTS and I couldn't tell if it actually crit or not. I need to know if I should be angry or not right now. That's why. I crit? Thank you. Frick you too, Stoops. You been practicing for the plunder tourney? No. Maybe on Tukers we'll spam a bunch of games. Hey, you missed. Oh, I've been eaten. Yes, 3 trucks. That's right.
Full buff.
Ah.
Totally planned. Full buff.
Fuck, I was hoping for a stagger there beforehand. That's a miscalc on my part. I should have thought that through. Can you rate Sea of Stars game? I didn't actually end up getting to play Sea of Stars a lot, but I can give you the testimonial from one of my friends who played it to completion. And that testimonial was the game starts off really good, but it has really weird difficulty spikes along the way towards the mid-late to late game, especially in its puzzles. Oh. Ah. Oh, they have 4 stacks. I haven't been paying attention to my stacks at all. I need to remember my stacks. This happens all the time. Holy fuck. I want to play a streamer lobby of Oh Dear. That's what I want. A Lost Ark streamer lobby of Oh Dear. Oh yeah. Pop. Oops. I forgot. I poked your butt and then it procced Laz. This is a striker, yeah. I think Grand Blue is a bit more of a fun experience right out the gate, Chanlons. From what I played anyways. The Sork MVP'd. Oh wait, the Sork is cracked on gear. get so nervous when it comes to MVP in Gate 1 because it's a competition of who can burst with stacks after ball throws mech. You guys ever like mentally race in your head, even though you're not actually racing against people in damage in Gargadeth, right? You still want, you're challenging yourself to do top damage, right? You're like, oh, can I beat these guys? Right? And then the mech gets to and then it gets to the mech. And then everyone goes up and then it's like big damage amp time. And then you start to like think to yourself, oh god, can I actually get my attacks off? Can I actually attack with the damage buff? G1 of this is the same feeling. Are they actually geared or? Oh, what the fuck? Okay. I thought they were like 1635 with 25 weapon. Never mind then. What is this pattern? Oh. Fuck. Okay, I got 5 stacks and I'm scared because 5 stacks detonates for 800,000 damage. Is there no cycling now? You still cycle. Inferno, literally 2 Inferno casts will do the trick to put you into Boundless in place of RG. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay, you know what? Moving forward, I'm gonna LTS that. I don't know why I don't LTS that.
Full buff.
Don't worry, I gave that dragon a good punch in the noggin, even though I'm a back attacker.
Yeah.
Keck. That's not good. Okay. You know what? Lol. Is that enough to still do hidden Inanna? I mean, hidden Izuna?
It is.
Okay. Dragon.
probably give a heal.
Oh, thank God that was back attack. I didn't feel like it would be back attack. Somehow it was. Zam. Bam. I don't know what happened to that. I actually have no idea what happened to that TE. Nothing good though.
Should be one on the left. No. No.
Thing is doable when the icon on the top disappears.
Guardian Tune.
There's an icon? Oh, you know more about this than I do. Mech.
Can give a heal.
Nice. Thank you. Kind sir. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Can give another heal. I can counter.
I can't see shit. Oh shit. Another casualty. I'm stunned. Nice Guardian tune.
Of course.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Oh!
That's rare. I forgot what follows that up. Oh.
Oh, rare pattern, rare pattern.
No. Hello, Dark. Hi, Prime. How you doing, guys?
Was casting correct?
Oh.
Honey. Bubble coming.
I think I wasted my last on punching a minion.
One bubble.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop. You're 2 Ninives away from LS 30. 2 more freebie packs is all you need from random ass events, and you're free. Damn. Even with 2 of his synergies down, the best I could do was cruel, but not beat him. Without breaking the middle of jab, not sure why. When I'm using European technology, I choose the most damage when continuously punch without breaking in the middle. Not sure why. I don't know, because I don't use European technology. Is new Circ rotation on for Blaze cast before Ignite? No, you can't cast anything before Ignite. You just have to Ignite right away. Which is good, because it will save your ass during those extremely rare times where you get interrupted after you cast Doomsday, but before you Arcane Rupture.
Oh, restroom time.
Rare as those times may be. Okay. Is Deathblow still stronger than SO? I want to say it's a little bit stronger, but not a lot stronger. Especially on average. SO is still quite a bit more sweaty than Deathblow. Deathblow is still pretty relaxing to play. A new one so that it nets a DPS increase. I must be doing things wrong. We'll try it without using European technologies, just regular clicking. and see if you can yield a similar to what you get with it. You know, eliminate the variables, I guess. He's in KLC jail now. Okay, but like at the moment, there's not really that much need for KLC. Sonneville and K angle, and that's it. But I've heard from many accounts that it causes cooldown drift, which doesn't sound very appealing since I play striker for comfort and leisure. You have to do that class, yes. That purple class is very important to the story, and it won't let you progress other story stuff without it. Like, you can't go to Curzon without completing Light of Destiny. It's just once. It's a roster-wide quest. What is Nova Asura? It's Asura, and it uses Zafra Nova instead of Obliterate in its kit. Hi, Mango. Is it a long story quest? Oh, it's not super quick. But it's not as long as an MSQ either. Did it simply just stop pressing the button? Yes. What does Breaker do on the Thyrane sword block? What is the Thyrane sword block?
For the day to come, try my hardest not to run away from everything I've done. But I'm looking back, ignoring facts. I see too many, but walk 6 paths inside my head. I'm going.
What the fuck? The heck?
I think they're trying to get Yearning there.
Fuck. Not really sure what happened to my bubble there. I must have missed something. That camera is so awkward. I'm not going to do a king guide, no. I don't really know that build well. Ow.
Any of you guys have Gate 4 Themine left?
Yeah, but I'm probably not doing it today.
You guys want to do it sometime like Sunday or Monday?
Maybe.
Which characters do you have left for G4?
All 7.
Oh really? You don't even go any of them?
Oh wait, no, I did my breaker. The rare non-crit.
kind of want to see how much I can pull against your sword.
$237. $233. Two seconds. I am playing some Blunderstorm. Yeah. I'm in the creator tournament on the 30th, so I should at least play a little bit, considering how like everybody is playing it. How fast do I actually need to click for breaker? Not that fast. You just need to click. As long as you're clicking and not holding, you don't have to click that fast. Not sure if it's on me. I'm not gonna move though. You can do it with the auto key if you want. That works. Do you know when's Hanana there? Anytime is fine. It just kind of works out.
Can't believe them clashes are difficult.
As long as you like roughly get the right time. Ow, ow, ow.
I got you.
Thank you. Fuck. Good thing I wasn't closer to the edge. That would have knocked me out. Oh. Yeah, Darling in the Franxx. The anime that I kind of wish had a better ending. Like literally a better written ending. Oh, why do I?
What the? What the? The, hmm? Oh. 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 Are you there?
I'm there. I got grabbed again.
I can help you out probably. What the?
I think it was doing special pattern. I can't see anything right now.
Yeah, I'm grabbed. Stop. Okay, I found you. I protected you. Okay, we got this. Probably. I don't know.
I can't see.
He's doing the outside.
Might as well give you my Twitch Prime while farming the pet.
I'll take this. Holy
I'm
shit.
gonna need more heals because I'm out of pot.
Oh, sure. I got you covered. Mr. Ghost is not happy. Holy fucking. Mr. Ghost would like
I
to
got
have a
grabbed.
word with us. Oh,
Death.
She-ball.
Holy shit. Thank you, Sold. Holy fuck. For sure, I have a strict rotation. No. You have any precise when you break for sure auto attacks? I usually do it around like 70%. Is when I normally let go, if I do it all. But I normally don't let go.
Stay in mind, where you never know what to expect.
Yeah, that kind of escalated out of control pretty fast. Same thing again. You know what it is? I think my VTD is only getting 2 hits instead of 3. Hey. Oh, too much to ask for, I guess. Okay, you're kind of being a shithead right now, Thame Mine. Personally, what is the most fun class in the game? Why is it Breaker? You guys are just doing the honeymoon phase thing again. You did this when Soul Eater came out too. Your hype for it will wear off when you see the next class, I'm sure. You have 2 friends that love Soul Eater and they're dropping it. Your friends don't like the classes, they like OP. Let's not conflate the two. They like the flavor of the month. Oh shit, I walked too close. Too late. Oh shit, I came so late. That's not good. We lost someone. Oh, it's the last swing of that hits behind him.
Oh,
That's... Uh-oh.
I can't grab it. I'm the support.
Oh no. Not a G3 jail. Not when I'm near the end. Help! Help! Honestly, that first one got fucked so hard. I can't believe the thing that actually killed two people were two attacks that have a completely identical motion, except one is the long-ranged one shot. Oh, there we go. You recommend obliteration of the other hard-hitting skill for breaker? Sure. I recommend you choose for yourself. Based off of your preferences. Pros and cons. Good morning, bro. Paste.
Just scratching the surface.
Oh. Not sure if eating that was actually the best call. I just didn't want to be away from the fight for too long. Oh no. I feel like I notice every non-crit now. Holy shit, they lived. I'm playing DB Striker with level 1 Adrenaline without Precise on Bracelet, Tierko, and Master Elixirs. I think Master Elixirs are really underrated on Striker. Unless you're given crit synergies to cap out. I feel like a lot of the times I benefit more from the extra crit consistency than the raw crit damage with these elixirs. And it's not like you're not getting damage either with Master. You're still getting damage. I don't know, I switched over to Master recently and mathematically it makes sense as far as like damage goes. Does Enlightenment Bracelet affect? No, it doesn't. Sure, this gauge can only fill 4% at a time. You can't change that. I run Adrenaline 1 with Master. DB and DB just too confusing. Oh yeah, Deathblade and Deathblow. Whoops. I forgot that they are the same abbreviation. I fucked up.
It's okay, we're still fine. I did not trust, so I was on this side. Everyone was.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Nice. Osugate. Oh.
Damn it. Okay, somehow that actually worked. $117 now.
My god.
$657. Just enough. 9-7 adrenaline, grudge, usable Shura. If the adrenaline is 9, then no. That's useless. Rock then. Or a glorified 7-7.
Did you do Clash?
No,
It's either you or me.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Fuck.
Timer is enough, I guess.
Eh. 800 PP play. Are the ghosts dead?
Yeah, they're gone.
Oh, sweet. Holy, how the fuck did I dodge? I mean, honestly, kind of insane dodging, even if it was completely on accident. That's insane.
Got it. Nice.
Nice. How overgeared was this party? Very overgeared. On gear, you're not passing the fight with 3 people dead like
Easy.
that. You're on gear.
Double underline between us.
This group was giga overgeared. Nice. My striker is 1633, but he has full transcendence. He's more or less as strong as a 1650 without transcendence. So it's super overgeared, and the entire party was like that or more. But there was a decent amount of time left, so I mean, I think the time reflected the overgearedness quite a bit. A stronger 40 set elixir transcendence elixirs.
We done for the day then.
That we are. I'm off to go finish off my last Voldus.
Okay.
GG's, man. Thank you for finding all the parties.
Good. GG.
Later. Well, chat, I am on, at long last, raid number 21 on the week. Is Explosive Fist more damage than Uppercut? It is supposed to be if you are rotating correctly. I will do this last raid, and then I'm going to repeat the workshop from the beginning of the day, the Shuro workshop. And then I'll call it a day, then go to sleep, wake up, Dragon's Dogma 2, in that order. So I'll give you guys a little lecture, I guess. Alrighty. Deathblade Surge still good? Of course. It's still arguably the highest ceiling class in the game. Not an easy class though. Oh dear. That looks all very support shortagey to me. I'm very interested to see what the landscape for supports versus DPS will look like after Behemoth comes out. Because in theory, it should fix the Voldas support shortage, since everyone who's over 1640 will remove Voldas from their weekly raid lineup. Isn't Behemoth bi-weekly? I do not know. I'm pretty sure it's weekly. But if it was bi-weekly, that'd be phenomenal. I'd love that. Yeah, we got into this party. Nice. I was actually expecting to get gate kept because there was a 1640 and a 1650 in here. I was like, oh shit, will they take me at 1630? Oh wow, that's a strong scouter. 1651. Okay, cool. The final raid of the week. Honestly, I made good time. Not bad, not too shabby. I am really worried about the PC performance though. Now you guys have me actually concerned about it. Did you ever finish the Calamity playthrough? Nope, still 2 bosses left. Just don't play in 4K. People were playing in 4K? I don't think I've ever played any game in 4K ever. It didn't crit. Maddies. I feel bad for that destroyer. I forgot. I was trying to turn it away. I have a destroyer in my group. Do I have fire skills? I do. Okay. I have to double check my skills because I'm not even sure what element they are. Yeah, make up this Nova testing. I mean, my VOD is up. You could always check the VOD if you really want to. But I'm going to be doing one more workshop talking about it at the after this raid. Also, Nova's a 5 damage gem build, not 6. Did you play Nier? Yep. Played it to completion. Oh, shit. Oh, it's not me. Okay. I thought I pulled aggro on that one. Shit, I didn't grab one more. Oh, there we go. The orange damage is from the Transcendence system. As much as I love Nier Automata as a game, I was a little disappointed in the boss fights after the amusement park one. That one was my favorite, and it was like one of the first ones in the entire game. Did you give your opinion on the Riot MMO news already? I was kind of like lukewarm watching it to begin with. I wouldn't say I was closely watching it, but it is a little surprising to me that they want to start over with a new vision. I think it's kind of a better push it out of your mind and just try and remember it in a few years' time, the next time they have something to share, I guess. Why do you break it there instead of just binding it? The answer for that is because these are random people and we're not really talking to each other and everyone is just using battle items as they feel like it. There's no actual coordination in these groups. Did you do the Nier CEO meme fight? No, I didn't actually get to try that. Chat, be honest with me. When you guys are in pug runs, do you talk to the people in your group? Or do you do very minimal contact? Like the bare minimum? Are you a social person? Emote only mode? Bare minimum? Only if things are going wrong? No, but I teach. Sometimes I just emote. Only if they fuck up and I have to cuss them out. What the fuck? I pretend they're NPCs. I'm an emoter now. I love the emote wheel. I emote only. Huh. Ever since Echidna came out, I find myself in control of the sidereal more than I ever have before, and it's slightly disconcerting to me. I do not want this responsibility passed to me. One, 5, 7, 11. I don't play Soul Eater. I dropped it quite some time ago. Ow. Ow. Oh, fuck. Can't even search anymore. That's because her name is Nessie now. Ow. Yeah. Stoops, you can understand him being in it. Me is a mystery as to why the fuck I'm in that. But I'll play it out. Should be fun. If you noticed, I'm pretty much the only I'm pretty much the only creator in those 60 that doesn't really play WoW. There's a Plunderstorm Clash. It's World of Warcraft's new Battle Royale mode. Damn, could use some more damage. I mean, you could. I don't think they really need it though, damage-wise. Berserker's kind of chilling. Ow. The Zerker Association wants me to say that Zerker needs a buff. Well, 21 raids done. How many raids left? That's it. I finished 21 raids, 7 Voldus, 7 Heart Thamines, and 7 Heart Echidnas.
기다리고 있었답니다. 결제 대기 중인 내용들을 집무실에서 확인해 주시겠어요?
In 2 days. G4 Thamine when? I just did the one on my breaker and that was it. That was quick. That was a quickie. Oh. Actually, that's fine for now. What's up for us? I literally just finished the 21 raids, or 21st raid of the week, so I've freed myself for Dragon's Dogma. Very nice. You're dropping any classes so the next one interests you? Yeah, but I don't really know who I would want to drop. It'd be a very tough bargain. Like, the only candidates that would remotely be droppable are maybe Striker or the Zerker, but I quite enjoy playing both of them, and I'd rather not drop them. No, I like the Pistoler too much. How are you? Are you new here? Sus. You are new here. It highlights your message. Oh. Welcome. Play one more character angle? No. 7 is my hard limit. Do not exceed. Yeah, 44 prime. Hi man, I'm new here. How are you? That's even more suspicious. Now there's 2 of them. What about Arrow? I wouldn't drop Arrow. I enjoy playing Arrow too much. Eee. I'll have to save the honing for later, I think. I probably don't have enough. How important is Swift on the bracelet for Ashura? It's not that important. Nice to have. Best in slot for combat stat, but easily replaceable by domination if you want a more budget choice. Hey, XO.
We get it almost every night. And when that moon gets so big and bright, it's super.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I will hone him. I do want to hone him. I'm at a loss. Where do you go after 1460? Returning player. No one for Argos or Vault in normal. I will. What's your chaos dungeon setup on DE? Just mobility skills and desperado. Pretty much. That's the whole thing. What skills do you use for chaos for Shura? Just Nova. My character's strong enough where Nova will always kill. Wow, wait, he didn't even use any weapon stones. I guess he had all the bound ones. That's kind of sick. Okay. So the stream is wrapping up, but before I end my stream for the day, I will be holding a very brief Asura workshop where I talk about a new build that I made yesterday, which was inspired by a contemporary named Ida. And I took what he did and I put my own spin on it. So I'm going to share that build with you guys if you haven't heard about it already. But this is the 112 Nova Asura. Just a heads up, next stream I'm going to be playing Dragon's Dogma 2 from the beginning of the stream, so I won't be on Lost Ark probably for a couple days. But you're always welcome to ask questions about the game while I'm playing other games. I don't mind. And if you're wondering what vocation I'll be playing, I'm probably going to play Magic Archer since I heard that's available again since the first game. Okay, let me...
Loving the Burger King Breaker saying hi.
Nice. Okay. That was not an energy drink, by the way. So I play Breaker. Since they announced it, I was excited for it. So I main swapped over it from Sorceress because I was looking for a class that was similar to an Infighter from Dungeon Fighter Online. And Shura is pretty similar. So my Breaker on Korea is maximum item level with a 9/7 stone, full 10 gems, the whole 9 yards, and then some. Before this, I was playing the Eradicate 5M build, which is on the community guide. It's on my video guide as well, which you can access with !breaker if you want the video version of a lot of these explanations. But this build is not on that video guide, nor is it on the community guide, and there's no other breaker in Korea that runs this build because we literally just made it yesterday. So this build is kind of similar to the Zafra Nova 6M 111 build, and that skill looks like this. If you have played around with it, it looks like this. It's the one that looks like a Hadouken skill that you shoot out, hits the boss, and that skill does pretty low damage overall. The damage of the skill isn't terrible, but the thing about the skill is the cooldown on it is really low. So I don't get access to using a DPS meter because that's bannable in Korea. But I have done a lot of pen and paper math and a lot of labbing, both in Trixian and in Raid, using this math. It's very nerd shit. But using these findings, which is damage coefficients that I set for pretty much every single skill, I got a pretty decent idea of the damage distribution of each of your skills. So again, if you are using a DPS meter, you can verify if this is actually correct, but it should be Sure Finisher, which will constitute 40 to 60% of your damage output. Then Eye of the Storm. This is probably between 15 and 20%. After that, it should be Explosive Fist. If it's not, then you messed up. Followed by Falling Star, which should be a little bit lower than that. Followed by Uppercut, which should be close to Falling Star in terms of damage, very close. And finally, Nova, which should be very similar to those last two in terms of damage output. So these should all be around that. And then after that is probably, I don't know, King's Advance. And then below that is Haymaker / Crater Strike. So this is probably the order of your damage distributions, with these two making up the lion's share. Then this one, and then these three should be pretty similar, and then these two should be kind of quite a bit below them. Awakening, I mean, it's I don't know. I assume the Awakening is like down here, or it's either below or above King's Advance. That I don't know about the Awakening. I never really considered the Awakening. I'm gonna guess it's right there, but correct me if I'm wrong. I'm actually not entirely sure how much my Awakening does, because I've never actually paid attention to how much it does. But that being said, since we are looking at these skills, these are all pretty high priority skills in your rotation, and Falling Star comes after that. So because of that, we keep the damage and cooldown gem on it. The damage of the skill is pretty good because it's all backloaded damage, and so when you're using Falling Star, you're always using it to reposition, get back to the boss, but you're usually getting almost all the effective damage out of it. So because of that, it's a pretty good damage skill that's usually going to be up there with Explosive Fist. That usually won't vary that much as long as you're actually landing it. On the other hand, something like Uppercut might vary a lot when you're using this, because sometimes you're going to use Uppercut right here and get the full damage from it. Sometimes you're going to use it as an engage, and you're going to lose a bunch of the damage from it. Unless you're playing the other Uppercut tripod, the preference one. In that case, you're probably not going to be losing that much damage, but the point stands is that unlike Falling Star, there's a chance to lose Uppercut damage along the way, which is usually what's going to create a little gap between Falling Star and Uppercut. So the specifics of this build is Zafra Nova 112. I'm just going to put this on for Yearning Sim. Is Zafra Nova 112. So I showed you the 111, which is the one that's in the community guide and what a lot of people use in Korea and stuff like that. This is Zafra Nova 112. And so what this third tripod does is every time the skill hits a target, it will lower its own cooldown by 0.4 seconds up to a maximum of 8 seconds. And this is important because this CDR will occur after the cooldown gem's effect. So the cooldown gem will bring this down to about 14 seconds, and then this will bring it down to usually around another 7 or so seconds if you're only hitting a single target. It's a little bit harder to get all the 8 seconds in full because we're only hitting one thing, but certain enemies like G1 of Thaymine, you might actually be able to get the full 8 seconds because there's more than one target. And so Zafra Nova in general is just not a very strong skill. But when you're using this tripod, which looks like that, pay attention to the cooldown of the skill. You can bring it down from 14 seconds down to around 7 seconds. And there's a reason why that is important. The reason why that is important is because if you've been playing Shura and if you've gotten to try it out, you'll notice that there's a very particular problem that both the 5M obliteration build as well as the 6M111 Nova build runs into, which is there are times when your uptime is really good that you have no shock skills available, but you have stamina skills available, and that's a shock bottleneck. And so because of that, your cycling is stalled and you can't actually generate any of your Shura finisher meter. So by having another skill in here that has a really low cooldown with shock, that's going to eliminate that bottleneck. And so I'll do one rotation just so you can kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about. So you can see because Nova has such a low cooldown, it kind of helps fill in that gap a little bit. So you usually have something to cast. There's just no downtime. And that's kind of important because in order to make Shura as powerful and as OP as you possibly can, you mustn't have downtime. That's like the name of the game with this class, is that you're always casting. Now, a real raid scenario is obviously very different. The boss is moving all the time, and so you kind of have to prioritize your skills that do hit the boss in the front and the ones that do not. Obviously, you have defensive speculation to help you stay in front of the boss so that you can head attack, but sometimes there's just times where you can't do that, or there's downtime on defensive speculation. And what you need to know is this version of Nova is weaker than the 111 version. Yeah, it is weaker because the cooldown is a little bit more than a half, but the damage is a little less than a half. But we're giving up some of that damage from 111 Nova so that you can get that better cycling, so that there is no downtime, and so that you could enter your identity just a little bit faster. So basically, this is kind of a compromise between the 5M obliteration build and the 6M Nova build. This skill is also a lot stronger than obliteration in general. It's about 6 times stronger than obliteration, but that doesn't really matter because we're talking about peanuts. Both skills do almost no damage, so saying that it's 6 times stronger doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things. But it is more damage, and that matters. I think it's worth bringing up, of course. And once you get to a certain point, if you're actually planning on main swapping, even increasing your total damage output by like 1 or 2% is pretty nice. And so you get some of the damage of the 111 Nova build, and you get actually faster meter generation than obliteration, because as long as the boss is available, Nova only has about an 8-second cooldown versus Eradication's 11-second cooldown, provided you're not using a cooldown gem on Eradication. It might be worth using a cooldown gem on Eradication as an FYI. So there's a downside to this as well, though, and the downside to that is the skill, the cooldown is worse than obliteration if there's no target. So if I throw the skill just like that, you'll see that the cooldown is about 13-14 seconds, which is 2 to 3 seconds lower than obliteration. So there is a downside, and there is still a perk to obliteration, which is when there's no boss available, it offers better cycling than this loadout. But when there is a boss available, and when there's high uptime, such as in hell mode or concurrent endgame raids, like as you're going into Thamine, or when you get access to Echidna, your uptime with this, you're going to get more benefit out of this than you will with obliteration. Some problems. This isn't without its problems, of course. The biggest problem is shock bottleneck. Shock resource bottleneck, which is because this skill uses 31 shock, which is 11 more than obliteration. you might run into some problems where you can't use Eye of the Storm because you don't have enough resource. And that's because since this build is a bit more strict on its meter, the way you cycle your skills matters a little bit more to make sure that you don't overcap on resources or that you always have enough resources to push up to use the skill. I think it's better to have a click macro for sure. Is it real? No. You don't need to use a click macro, and it doesn't actually matter much at all, but it will increase the lifespan of your mouse. So if you care about your mouse, maybe you got one of those fancy $200 mice or whatever, it might actually help with the lifespan of your mouse because it is a lot of clicking in general. Catsman, thank you for the 2 months. So yeah, the shock resource bottleneck is a bit of a problem because, again, I'll explain this because it's something that everyone will gloss over. You won't know this unless I tell you it. Your resource is out of 70. No one actually reads that part of the engraving where Shura breakers don't have 100 out of 100 resource for stamina and shock. They only have 70. And under normal circumstances, that wouldn't matter, but it does because it's useful for you to be able to eye out how much resource you have. And so Eye of the Storm costs 50 shock. It refunds 3 shock and stamina 5 times every second for 5 seconds, so that will return 15 stamina and shock. But 50 is a lot, and if you're playing Shura now, it hasn't been very long, so there's a decent chance you think, oh, this uses 50, so it should use up half the bar, but it uses up more like 3/4 of the bar in order to cast Eye of the Storm. So it's a good idea to get a general gist of how much bar is how much resource, because we don't have a definitive number on our UI. You need to be able to know how much you have if you're going to play this version of Breaker. So if I do this without being able to see the number, I can tell you that this is 25 shock. This is 1/3 of the gauge. It's exactly 25 shock. So this requires 50 shock. If I use the King's Advance, which generates 20 shock, I won't be able to cast this. So I already know if I cast A, I can't cast this. I'm short on resource. This is shock resource bottlenecking. And knowing that is important because then you know, oh shit, if I want to use Eye of the Storm, I can't use King's Advance next in the rotation, because let's say you end up in that situation, you use A, you build up shock resource with the intent of using Eye of the Storm, but you can't use it, but you don't want to use another yellow skill back to back because you want to generate identity. I mean, in that situation, you kind of have to. You're kind of stuck. But there are ways around it. But first, before that, if we do it like this, we're back at 25. Just to clarify, just to make it clear to you that this is 25. I'm going to use this skill, Crater Strike. This generates 25, and it'll put me at just enough to use Eye of the Storm. And this is exactly 50. I used it, and then it emptied out, and now it's generating the 3 every second. And now it's going to leave me at 15. So if you can eye this out, try to know that you might need to use Crater, or you might need to use Falling Star in order to get that meter to use Eye of Storm, because it's a pretty common problem that people have been having since they've been trying out the 112 Zafra Nova build, that they get resource bottlenecked. You're also going to get resource bottlenecked if your tripods aren't leveled. So if you have like level 1 tripods, it's going to be a bit worse. But there's another way to salvage this. You can go back into that same situation again where we're at 25. And let's say you are at 25 and you do end up in this situation, you throw King's Advance, you can't use Eye of the Storm. Instead, hold on, let me empty my gauge just because it'll be a better visual in that case. Okay. So again, last skill you use the shock. You're like, oh shit, I want to use Eye of the Storm. Eye of the Storm is coming off of cooldown, and the next skill is stamina. So you use a stamina skill, you use King's Advance, and you're like, oh fuck, I messed up. I can't use this. And you're still trying to build meter. So your next skill now is shock, but you want to use Eye of the Storm. In that case, you know, if you want to recover this, Haymaker and Crater Strike are really fast. And Haymaker only uses 10 shock, whereas Crater Strike generates 25. So if you just go shock, stamina, you're good to go. Now you can do Eye, and now you're back into the groove of things, and you have a little bit of stamina left over as well, especially with this generating it. So it'll kind of fix your resources for you after you throw out that Eye of the Storm. So that's just a good one to remember when you're if you do end up resource bottlenecked. Gem setup wise, very little has changed, and the really cool thing about this build is even though it's a Zafranova setup, it is actually a 5M build, not a 6M build. So Zafranova usually takes a damage gem, but this version of Zafranova, we actually just use a cooldown gem on it. And so all we did in the usual kit is we took out the crater strike gem cooldown, and we just moved it over to Zafranova. And again, the main purpose in all of this is to make it so that there's no shock bottleneck and that you can cycle faster in general. You might be wondering, you know, what is the other benefit of having that cooldown gem on Falling Star? Is it gonna get me to Sure Finisher faster? And the answer is no, it's not. Because you're shock bottlenecked in general, having a lower cooldown Falling Star isn't really going to do anything. And as far as the damage you gain from putting the cooldown gem on Falling Star, well, truth be told, if you put the damage gem on Zafranova, you'd end up with the same result, more or less. Very close, maybe slightly in favor of Falling Star. But that being said, that's a damage gem on Zafranova, which that then it becomes a 6M build and it becomes substantially more expensive. I'm pretty sure by using 5 damage gems instead of 6 damage gems, that you're saving like what, 200,000-300,000 gold on your server. That's a lot. And so you're getting same performance for a lot cheaper. And the other important thing is having the cooldown gem on Falling Star will also bring its cooldown down by up to 2 to 3 seconds. 3 seconds if you have it at level 10, 2 seconds if you're using just like an event gem or something like that. And that's usually going to be enough to bring it so its cooldown is comfortably before Eye of the Storm. And remember, because of the shock resource bottleneck, having Falling Star available before is really good in order to recover resource mishaps. If you're wondering if there's a specific gem level you need for this whole setup, there isn't. More is better, of course. The higher level cooldown gems you have, just the more comfortable the build will be overall, the more it'll flow without any downtime. But if you only have access to event gems, that'll work perfectly fine for this. That is pretty much it. Just do keep in mind, and you want to hit a target with this. You are treating it as a better obliteration, so there could be situations where you can't get to the boss's front. Don't be afraid to send this into the boss's side or into the boss's back as you're moving to the front, and just keep cycling as you're moving. Just get in the habit of always casting stuff as you're moving. The only skills that are actually really important to hit in the head attack are your Sure Finisher, your Eye of the Storm, your Explosive Fist, and to a lesser degree Falling Star and Uppercut. You do want to send those into the boss's face if possible. Do you still use C&J in this build? You can use C&J in this build if you want. It has a pretty easy setup. This is the rune setup for it. I prefer quick recharges personally because it keeps the build freeform. But if you want to use C&J, that does optimize everything a little bit and brings down the time to cycle Sure Finisher by about 1 or 2 seconds. An easy place where you can put C&J is Conviction on on Crater Strike and Judgment on Uppercut. That's a super easy place to put it. This is 3 hits. This is a shit ton of hits. So they're very reliable on activating it. But then if you're doing that, you're going to have to remember to make sure that you're using Crater before Uppercut every 30 seconds or so. To me, I just find it way more simpler and a lot more comfortable to just run quick recharges. This is kind of the old tried and tested multiple quick recharge setup, which just always works. I mean, it's worked in hell mode. It works outside of hell mode. Is there a preferred skill to put Purify Rune on? Not really. I mean, you can put it on whatever the hell you want. More quick recharges is cool, but most of the stuff is pretty interchangeable. So if you want to put like a quick recharge on Haymaker or something, you could easily do that with no problem. How long has he been covering this? 15, 20 minutes or so. How much stronger is this version? It varies. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to tell you an exact number, A, because I don't have access to the DPS meter, but even B, on top of that, this is just what I've learned from playing Shura for a couple months now already, is that your damage from one run to the next is very raid specific. It's very, very raid specific. So in one raid, being able to generate your Shura finisher faster will net you a bigger damage increase than in another raid, where the opportunities to use your identity, even if it comes up faster, might not be as apparent. But even if we didn't include the faster cycling time for your identity, this is a couple percent stronger. I'm talking in the neighborhood of like 2 to 3% stronger at best, which doesn't sound like a lot, but hey, 2 to 3%, you're still talking about like a weapon hone and a half, almost 2. Why 131 over 132 on Explicit Fist isn't 132 higher? So 132 has 130% damage. This increases its speed, and also on top of that, the damages between these are multiplicative. So the way that these types of tripods work is they give you a set amount, and then there's a separate multiplier applied when you successfully do what it does. If you played Sorceress, then magic amplification works the same exact way, where you get a set amount of damage, and then you get a bonus damage multiplier whenever you enter the Arcane Rupture state. This works the same. So this is 70% damage, just flat out, and another 30% damage multiplier whenever the attack is successfully a head attack. And the 70 and 30% are not additive, they're multiplicative together, which makes them a lot more potent. Besides for that, we just want it to be fast. Our damage distribution means that our skills are only accountable for a certain amount of our damage, and we don't want that. We just want like nice and quick motions and then move on. You don't want to... I don't think it's a good idea to run the charging tripod on Eye of the Storm because, again, the big point of this build is cycling. You might make Eye of the Storm hit a little bit harder, but ultimately it's really pointless. You're just really trying to get to Shura finisher, because if you've got time to be dawdling using a charged up Eye of the Storm, which does marginally more damage, you have time to be doing sequence breaking. And sequence breaking will just net you more damage in general. It's really pointless to run charging on this. It's kind of like running charging Brutal Impact on Slayer. Anyone who has played Slayer knows that that is a waste of your time. It is. It is. I mean, you can do it if you really want to. I just don't really see the point, especially since you're not a supercharged build. You're kind of adding a lot of time to it. We were referencing this tripod. Sequence breaking, it's kind of explained as far as I could explain it in the video, so I'm not really sure that this is really going to do a whole lot. This is the normal damage of Shura Finisher, 676 million. Actually, just so that you can have a clearer idea on this, we're going to take off Keen Blunt Weapon and we're going to max out Adrenaline just for 100%, just so it's just easier, or so that there's no discrepancy. So this would be the normal damage of Shura Finisher. And whether or not you are rapidly clicking, whether or not you're using a click macro or you are just holding down the button, this number is going to be the same. If you're doing a normal 57 punch cycle, using a click macro, clicking 1,000 times per second will not increase this damage over just holding down the button. The reason why we click is because it does decrease the amount of time it takes in order to finish the punches. And so if you're just amped up on attack speed, like just drinking atropine, it means that you can do a natural sequence break where you just start up another flurry of punches if you're fast enough. And clicking will make it so that you finish your punches sooner, but whether you're clicking 3 or 4 times per second, which would be like this, or you're clicking like a madman, or you're using a macro and clicking 1,000 times per second, you're not going to get a huge difference. You might get some difference, like maybe like 0.3 or 0.4 seconds faster, which is, noteworthy. But the main thing is, if you're clicking at all, you're going to get the time down fast enough where it can comfortably end inside Adrenaline. That's the main reason that you're clicking. You're clicking so that you don't have to use your X in order to extend your Adrenaline. You want to be able to finish this before your Adrenaline naturally falls off so that you could recover it like this. Because if you don't click at all, your Adrenaline is literally going to fall off before your last punch. And that's why we click. But even if I click slowly, watch what happens to my... Watch how long it takes. This is going to be a really slow click. I can still maintain it. So the entire point of clicking at all is so that Adrenaline doesn't naturally fall off, so that you're not forced to use your X, your defensive speculation, to maintain it. Will it benefit going a bit faster? Yeah, it'll be a little bit helpful. You might shave off a couple tenths of a second, but it's not vital. So if you're worried about like having to click so fast, it's really not that important. Sequence breaking, on the other hand, is covered in the video, and we looked at the damage before of a Z, and in that Z's damage, we saw that the damage of a 57 punch string. Sorry. We saw that the damage of a 57 punch string is about 616 million. To sequence break, you just have to let go of your of your auto attack key. Just don't press it, don't touch it until you see the hook animation. Once you see the hook animation, you just start clicking again. And you want to do this when this bar is anywhere between 70 and like 40%. If you want to be safe, then do it higher, like 70%, because there's a delay where after you let go, the punches still keep coming out for a moment. So you have to wait for a moment. You have to wait until you see that hook animation, and then you continue. What sequence breaking does is it creates 2 strings of punches and hooks instead of 57 punches. You might be looking at like 30 something punches and a hook, and another 30 something punches and a hook, and it'll use up the full duration and actually a little bit of time on top of that. So a full sequence break, you're looking at about 6.5 seconds of punching, no matter how fast you click. You can click a million times per second, and it's still going to take around 6.5 seconds if you decide to sequence break. And that's why sequence breaking is a conditional thing. You don't do it all the time. You only do it when you know the boss is going to be down for a while. Here's a couple of examples. G1 Akon 55x hidden Inanna. That's a good time to do it. G4 Voldis. After the last stagger check, when you bring him down to 40x and he breaks the 4 platforms on the side, that's a 10-second downtime. That's a perfect time to sequence break, and then even throw your awakening out, and then just do a fast, like a fast 4.5-5 second one after your awakening. That's another really good spot. Any one of Thamine's clashes is a good place to sequence break, and there's a lot of those sequence breaks. So literally every time I see Thamine clashing, I always do a sequence break there. But here's some examples of places that are not great to sequence break. G1 of Voldis, terrible place to sequence break. Pretty much almost any of the K-angle gates are pretty terrible to sequence break on. Thamine G1 is pretty awful to sequence break on. These are just a few examples because the boss, they don't really have great windows where you know they're not going to move for 6 seconds. They're usually going to be still for at best 3 to 5 seconds. So you want to get your 57 punches out ASAP. You don't want to stop and sequence break, and then as you're starting up the second string, the boss turns, and then you're like, "Fuck, what now?" You know. And so use sequence breaking smartly to increase your damage. And whenever you sequence break, your damage will increase from Shura Finisher, which accounts for 40 to 60% of your damage output. That 40 to 60%, you're going to get another 12 to 25% damage on top of that, depending on if you got the timing right or not. It's a bit wonky. Sometimes you're only going to get 12%. Sometimes you're only going to get 25%. Sometimes you'll get 25%. I find that the higher your attack speed is, the more consistently you can get the 25%. But it is a bit inconsistent if you're testing it in Trixian. It's a bit tough to get it consistently 25%. No, Raijin. If you're in your Z mode and the boss turns, do you keep going or do you reposition yourself? I reposition myself if it's still early in the Shura Finisher. If you're still early in it and the boss is 1 space bar away. Because you can cleanly move about 1 space bar's distance and restart a sequence, but that's about it. Once you start this, that's it for your movement. You can't afford to just walk up and reposition like that. So if you're like a space bar away, then feel free to reposition. But when you reposition during a sequence, you don't get the hook at the end. It will remove the hook. So a normal sequence break would be something like that. And you get 2 hooks. And if you saw it there, you saw I kept punching even though my meter was empty. That's how I know the sequence break worked. But if you space bar in the middle of it, you lose the hook. And so any damage that you would normally gain from sequence breaking is essentially lost if you have to reposition like that. But that's better than sending a full Shura Finisher into the boss's ass. So, pick and choose. If you are so far where the boss is completely turned around and you can't get into the boss's head in 1 space bar, consider it a lost Shura Finisher, in which case you fucked up. Tripod to use for your E skill. 112. Is it better to hold finisher then, even if you are full meter? Well, I mean, the name of the game with Shura is whenever you're in a boss fight, what is the earliest possible opportunity that you can press this? When you can press your Z, because the longer you hold on to it, the longer you're not building to the next one, and you're privileged to play a class where no matter what the boss is doing, you can build to your next one so long as your gauge is empty. So if your gauge is full like this, any skill that you're casting while you're waiting for the boss to be opportune and standing still is skills that you're not building identity towards the next one. Obviously, you don't want to miss and send this not into the boss's face or lose like half of it. But yeah, that is the challenge of Shura, which is finishing. It's finding those 4-second, 5-second, 6-second plus windows where you can press your Z at the earliest possible convenience, even if you have to kind of get creative with your X or stand in something that could potentially be lethal. I don't think I fully understand how it upkeeps your adrenaline, because if you don't click, your punches are going to take more than 6 seconds to actually pull off. You won't be able to... you might lose adrenaline by the time you get to the hook. You might lose adrenaline for every skill that comes afterwards, especially if you have Eye of the Storm immediately after. You want to have your adrenaline stacks. You don't want those to fall off. Those are very important because of just how important crit chance is. Even if it's not sure finisher, having high crit is pretty key. If you don't crit, you can lose so much damage, especially as a class that has so much natural crit damage. Don't you lose adrenaline if you sequence break without using X? Correct. And that is part of being situationally mindful of when you sequence break and when you don't. Sometimes there might be an opportunity to use sequence break, but you just used your X right beforehand. So let's say I'm like fighting, I'm just fighting the boss does something dangerous, and I use my X here to protect against it. And now the boss is still for over 6 seconds. I can't sequence break here, because if I sequence break, I'm going to lose my adrenaline stacks in the middle because my X is not available because I just used it to defend myself. So if you use your X before engaging with your Z, then you can't sequence break. But if there's like a few seconds left on it, like you're like right here, for example, you can. You can see the adrenaline stacks were maintained there because the cooldown on defensive speculation fell off before the adrenaline stacks fell off. When you put your Purify rune if you need one, I think Haymaker is a pretty decent place. Is KBW still worth it to pair with Adrenaline 1 without a 9/7? Yeah, absolutely. If you're running Adrenaline 1, though, I mean, you kind of have to think a little bit about if you want to use Master and min-max on that. The thing about Master is you cannot gain stacks of it when you're punching. The punching doesn't count as stacks for Master, but you're already constantly, fighting to maintain 6 stacks of Adrenaline. That 5 stacks of Master is really not that big of a deal. And if you lose 1 stack when you are punching, say you're face tanking something while punching, I mean, 1, you can get that stack back with defensive speculation, and 2, Master's elixir effect is not backloaded like Adrenaline. Adrenaline, you only get the 15% crit chance at 6 stacks, but Master's elixir effect is a set amount of additional damage and crit at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 respectively, and it's linear. So if you're at 4 stacks of Master, that still might be better than critical in a Adrenaline 1 5x3+1 setup, just because of the influence of crit on Shura Finisher, as opposed to just raw damage on crit. It's a lot better, I think, especially if you're playing this as an alt or you're not playing it too seriously, to consider Adrenaline 3, because Adrenaline 3 is very good with relic accessories, because with Adrenaline 3, you can get all the way up to 102% crit chance. And the reason why this is important is not because Sheriff Finisher gets more damage over 100%. And in fact, it doesn't get anything. Any crit over 100% is wasted. What it means is you can essentially go cheap on accessories without losing any damage, meaning you can go low quality accessory and it doesn't matter because you're still going to be at 100% crit chance. So what does it matter if you're wearing, let's say, a 60 quality necklace with only 410 crit on it? You don't lose anything in that case. You're still 100% crit chance because you were overcapped to begin with. So it's a very good way to play a very budget friendly breaker in that case. If not necklace, then you can go really cheap on your bracelet. Bracelets are something that are historically very expensive, and I imagine in your servers right now, getting a bracelet with like 110 crit on it is probably exorbitant in terms of cost. It probably breaks a piggy bank, like 100, 200k plus gold for a 3-liner with crit swiftness. But let's say you can do a 60 crit bracelet with swiftness and 3-liner. You know, now the price has gotten cut dramatically and you've lost no power in the process. You haven't lost a single percentage of damage pretty much. So that's food for thought on why Adrenaline 3 is a very good choice, especially if you're just starting out as a breaker. Do I hold right click and spam C, or do I just do one or the other? Just do one or the other. You're overcomplicating things by trying to alternate your auto attack mouse button with your key. I've just demonstrated you don't even have to click all that fast. Just click. It really is that simple. Doing something like alternating clicks and keyboard is more likely to mess you up than actually be of any benefit. So the end game for Breaker is a 9/7 plus 2 Adrenaline Stone with critical elixir. Yes, that is the peak of as strong as you can get. Precise on bracelet valuable then? No, precise doesn't work for Shura at all for conversion of damage into Shura finisher damage. You'll get the 5% crit chance so that your skills will crit, including your Shura finisher, but that 5% won't convert into 10% damage for your Shura finisher, so you'll lose out on damage on your strongest skill. What does sequence breaking mean? I kind of just explained it, but exclamation point breaker and go to the section on YouTube. What are the rune changes with Zafre 112? As far as runes go, really the only important thing is Zafre needs a Gale Wind. This skill is slow as shit. And so if you don't have a Gale Wind on it, it might feel kind of bad to use, to be honest. It needs a Gale Wind. You have to put one on there. It's so slow. Does my attack speed matter for the time it takes to get the punches out? Yes, it does. It does affect it. To summarize what you said about when to cycle break gauge-wise, you basically have to stop clicking pretty much after going into identity. Yeah. Just around like 70-60% of it. So does expose weakness for support not help you either? No. and crit synergies do not help you either. So the striker or war dancer or aeromancer, anyone who gives you more crit through their synergy is basically useless to you. How can a head attack class not have a taunt? You already have so much as a breaker. Asking for a taunt on top of that is kind of hilarious. Play around not having a taunt. That's the cost of playing this class. That is the small trial of playing it, I guess. Took me a full day to realize that I wasn't using self-defense fighting and wondering where my shield was. I need to read more often. Nice. Another question, green and yellow or yellow than green, does it matter? No. What spec would you say is the safer option for more casual, less mechanically gifted players? Easily Brawl King Storm. So, Brawl King Storm and Shura or Asura Breaker are both relatively easy builds. Between the two, Brawl King Storm is slightly more mechanical in terms of like, you know, what to press, landing it, and then, you know, it's a slightly more mechanical build compared to Asura, which is more or less a front attack Predator Slayer where you're just sending out these super fast skills into the boss's face. Obviously, as I've shown you, there's a lot of mechanical stuff you could do with Asura to make it do even more damage, but if we're just comparing the two builds one-to-one, I would say Brawl King is a little bit more mechanically intensive as far as skills, and even then, not that much, especially compared to other classes out there like Surge Blade and Arcana, etc. Like, both of these are quite simple. The thing is, even though Asura is easier on the mechanical side, all the difficulty is in the content itself. And because most of you haven't played head attack, and even if you have, this is a little bit different still, you kind of have to learn how your kit is supposed to work around any given raid. Meaning, the less experienced you are with Shura in that given raid, the more sloppy your initial performances are going to look. And that's kind of like a universal rule. It kind of goes without saying. But the difference is, there are some classes out there that even if you don't know the content well, even if you're inexperienced, you can get good performance out of that class, like a pistolier, for example, or an AT scouter, or a Wind Fury Aeromancer. These are the kinds of classes where even if you don't know the content well, the class is so straightforward and so easy that you're going to get great performance out of it. And Brawl King Storm is in that boat. So if you try Shura Breaker and you try Brawl King Storm, you actually might find that Brawl King Storm feels a little bit more awkward compared to Ashura when you're trying out each of their individual kits. It just is. You're weaving these auto attacks in between your stamina skills, managing between lowering your cooldowns and building your gauge. But when you actually get into an actual raid, as an Ashura, the first couple weeks or even potentially months of a given content, you're going to lose some of your Trixian damage. Your Trixian damage looks impressive, but you're going to lose quite a bit of it when you're actually in the real raid scenario, because the boss is going to turn, the boss is going to disappear. Randomness, you can't do anything about it. Obviously, we talked about what makes Ashura so OP, which is how he loses less damage compared to other classes during downtime. But in the case of Brawl King Storm, he is the kind of class where his Trixian damage, you can reliably get it in a real raid scenario, and that's what makes Brawl King Storm so fucking powerful. He can enter a raid and he's going to perform well even on prog. He's going to do insano damage. It's a class that is going to rivals Full Moon Soul Eater or Night's Edge Soul Eater with a kit that can be considered easier than those builds even, and it does very similar damage, and it's tankier on top of that. And so while Brawl King Storm, you're most likely going to see this in your version, especially if you are using biblical data, you're probably going to see Brawl King Storm players in the hands of decent players do better than Ashura, but Ashura has a higher potential for damage, so there will be Ashura players that are doing more damage than Kingfist players if you give it enough time and practice. They just need more time compared to Brawl King, just because of the nature of non-positional versus positional and how long their burst is where they can't reposition during it. How do you like the new Ashura build? It's good. I had an opportunity to play it a little bit. I'm pretty happy with what I cooked up. And so this is the one that I'm kind of recommending now as a middle ground between damage and comfort. Okay. If you guys don't have any other questions, then that's kind of the end of this workshop. I don't really have much more to explain beyond that. Hello. Are you planning on staying on this or going back to 111 Nova? Okay, come on. Why would I spend the time to make a build and then just go back to that? 112 is, I mean, it doesn't really have any drawbacks compared to 111. There's almost no compromise for comfort, and if anything, you gain out of doing it. In a real raid setting, what made you change your mind? The whole explanation that I just went through in the workshop. Go back in the VOD if you want a proper explanation. Feel free to copy the build or don't. You can keep using Obliterate. Obliterate's still cool. Like it has its pros, especially during downtime fights. It can be better than Zafranova still. But yeah. Can you link your Loa? Exclamation point armory. How far back? The last 30 minutes or so. Okay. I think that's it. I am going to head on out then. My stream will be back live again in probably like 5 or 6 hours from now, but I won't be playing Lost Ark for the next couple days. If you want to join me on my Dragon's Dogma adventure, that's what I'm going to be streaming for the next couple days. Until... Well, we have Behemoth on the 27th. I'll be progging with Breaker. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep. Thanks. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry, I kind of was reading a message on the side. Yeah, I know. I'm prepared for that bad optimization. Good night, everybody. See you guys later. Adios.
Should I